Robinson, Auburn, Alabama, around the SEC, and around the nation. This is the Saturday Sports Countdown. To be a part of the program, call 256-234-6221. Now, let's join Brett, Randy, and Lou for the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Good Saturday morning out there to everybody, and welcome into the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. And Scott, I mean, we can jump right into this one today because there's so much to talk about. We want everybody to give us a call, 256-234-6221. We want to thank everybody listening over in the Auburn, Opelika area, of course, over in the Lake Martin area as well, as we hear every Saturday at JR Sports Bar and Grill. And we'll recap what a unbelievable New Year's Day bowl event it was. It wasn't pretty for anybody here in the state of Alabama, for sure. The SEC West goes down in flames. A lot more to talk about. Florida State finally gets their comeuppance. A lot of people very excited about that. Jameis Winston continues to make a fool of himself every time he opens his mouth, Scott, in the press conference after the game. And yesterday on Sports Call, we had one phone call after another about the debacle with Auburn in that bowl game and the way Auburn ended that season. And then we had calls also about, obviously, Alabama's game against Ohio State. Not your typical third-string quarterback in Cardale Jones, Scott.
Yeah, and that's somebody that I really wanted to start the show with. And Cardale Jones, I'll go back. I think what Urban Meyer has done the last couple of games, he and Tom Herman, to be able to get him prepped for a Big Ten championship game and then a playoff game definitely is a credit to them. But he's no slouch either. He's no ordinary third-string quarterback. But, again, that's going to be, I think, the matchup really is between Mariota and him, whoever can score the most points. But really a tough day for a lot of teams around the country on January 1st.
Yeah, you're smiling over here because we've given you a lot of grief over the years about Ohio State, and your family's from Ohio, and we've kidded you about being a closet Ohio State fan and during the good times and not much on the bad. But seriously, you've been an Ohio State fan throughout, so I will give you credit on that today. So I know, and as an Auburn fan, I know you were doubly excited in that game because your Buckeyes were playing Alabama. They were the one that knocked them out of the playoff, and then obviously Florida State, who we've all been sitting up here. I'm just going to be open and honest about it. Jameis Winston made me just absolutely I despise Florida State University, and so did Jimbo Fisher and the way he allowed things to go on. And, I tweeted out after the game their immediate exit stage right kind of told the tale, for Florida State this year. But we'll talk a lot about all of those games. We'll talk about the NFL playoffs as they start today. Cam Newton has the Carolina Panthers back in the playoffs. I know the record isn't very good, but, the way it is, the way it's structured, they're in. So we'll talk a lot about that. But I'm sure that if you're out and about today, it's a little bit nasty outside. But if you've tuned us in, you got a question or a comment about Auburn or Alabama, what you think, the direction that they're going. Some recruiting news is Darren Payne chooses Alabama over Auburn verbally yesterday in the Under Armour All-American game. We'll have the U.S. Army All-American game coming on at noon today. So obviously the Florida Gators will be back in action. The Eastern Division carried the SEC in bowl games this time outside of Arkansas and Texas A&M. The whole other part of the Western Division, Scott, just collapsed. So much to break down, so much to talk about here on the show this morning. We want you to be part of it. 256-234-6221 here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. And we'll just go ahead and start, and we'll just start with Auburn because we're here in the Auburn, Opelika area. And, Scott, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday the theme was more of the same, an atrocious performance on defense. Gus Malzahn, offensively, they put up points, but at times it looked anemic. It looked predictable. Matt Millen made mention of it on the broadcast numerous times. Since Kansas State, Scott, Auburn offensively has scored points, so I know it's a little smoke and mirrors, but they have looked inept at times. And then, it's the predictability and it's the lack of imagination on offense that I think what all the calls we got yesterday is what that's the common theme of what we heard over and over yesterday.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, Auburn has been scoring points, but they haven't been as fluid as you would like to see the offense, and it has been as predictable as you can be. Especially, it doesn't matter. The fact that the Auburn can actually get 5 yards on a first down amazes me, because they have run the exact same play on first down the entire season. So the fact that hasn't been stopped yet, but again, at times the red zone play calling, it got a little touch and go there for Gus, but again, I think it more so goes to the fact that if you score 40 points or around that area, you should be winning football games. So as bad as there's some things on the offensive side that have gone on, and you are losing a lot of talent, especially on the skill position side, defensively, I think is where all the adjustments really need to be made.
Yeah, and you look at 400 yards of rushing for Wisconsin in a one-dimensional type scheme. I mean, let's be honest about it. Their quarterback situation with Stave is less than impressive. Not much of a threat. That's who you wanted to try to beat you. Wisconsin, frankly, Scott, outside of Melvin Gordon's not a very good football team, period. That's a team that athletically wasn't even on the same field with Auburn. Another point that was brought up numerous times yesterday and was brought up on the broadcast even was the lack of energy over there on Auburn's sideline. I'm sorry. Look, I'm the biggest Gus Malzahn fan out there, and the coaching staff. And I know the coaching staff's kind of in disarray right now because you're going to have some switching over, and I think Melvin Smith's not coming back, and there'll probably be a few more before it's all said and done. But I didn't think the coaching staff did a very good job at all of getting these guys up for this game. And, why even go if you're not motivated? I mean, I know it was a disappointing end of the season. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that, because Auburn's motto was 13 seconds better than last year, and it just didn't work out. But after Texas A&M came to Auburn and beat Auburn because it was a slew of mistakes on Auburn's part, this team just didn't look the same the rest of the year. And the energy level, it was there at times, it wasn't there at times. It was there in the first half of the Alabama game. It was gone in the second half of the Alabama game. So it's been a roller coaster, and it is the job of the coaching staff to get that team mentally prepared. Gus Malzahn said it in the press conference. Obviously, they were disappointed, and he said it's on me to get things done the right way. But I was a little concerned about why Auburn didn't look more fired up to be in a New Year's Day Bowl.
To be honest, I think it even goes back before the Texas A&M game in South Carolina, where that game really, I think, started the downtrend, especially defensively, where you're scoring 35, 38 points a game and still giving up so much. And they were kind of lethargic, especially on the defensive side of the ball, especially in the secondary. We're not going to have to call in names, but there are some guys in there that didn't really seem to bring it. But it still goes back to, you said, the coaching staff, and you have to get these guys up because you needed this bowl practice. I don't think anybody needed bowl practice more than Auburn did, especially to get ready. Even though you're installing a new system next year, more than likely defensively, just getting more reps and getting people ready to play. And you were playing on New Year's Day Bowl too. It's not like you were playing in a different bowl game. That is a priority bowl game, and fact that you made it there should have made you want to play even more. So again, I was a little disappointed in the effort, but you look at the score and you really wouldn't know that. That's the thing. Like, you look at some of these scores and the way that Auburn has played, they could have easily been blowing people out or vice versa. So the fact that it's been there around kind of just lets you know where we are right now. Still not mediocre is not the right term, but we're kind of stagnant right now.
I mean, 8-5 is probably, just a tad bit above average. If you want to look at it, same record Washington had. In the bowl game that they got beat in last night against Oklahoma State, we fell into the same pattern in the fourth quarter that we've been accustomed to. The game works its way down to the fourth, and usually neither defense can stop the other. I mean, whoever we're playing, it's kind of weird how it happens like that, but it's like, who's going to touch the ball last? And you knew Wisconsin was going to drive down and put some points on the board. It was what the only question was, would they score a touchdown and win, or would they tie with a field goal and send it in overtime? You could just – I mean, people were tweeting me back and forth and texting me back and forth saying, here we go again, same old, same old. There's so many Auburn fans out there that are tired of the ineptness on defense. And the good positive thing moving into 2015 is that Gus Malzahn recognized that during the season. And instead of waiting to after the season, after bowl season, to try to get it corrected, he went after it quickly, went out and got the best defensive coordinator possibly in the country, one of the best, if not the best, in Will Muschamp. I don't think anybody argue with you on that. to fix this problem because it had gotten completely out of control. I mean, it went from a slow bleed to a bleed out in this defense in a situation where a caller called in yesterday and said Auburn doesn't look physical. They look like they get pushed around on the front. There are times in open field, Auburn has defensive backs in position to make plays. They get run over. So I don't know. Is it strength and conditioning too? Are you looking at what some of the issues are there? I guess, I mean, Will Muschamp will go to the drawing board and he'll evaluate this whole process.
Yeah, and you're looking at Auburn, though, defensively, I think it's going to be – you may even take – even though we'll be better defensively because we'll be coached better, I think from a numbers game and talent-wise, we're not going to be even that great defensive again because you lose so many guys. Now, I think it is good that we're getting you're weeding some of that out because there was still a lot of carryover from the other coaching staff and who was there personnel-wise. But the first thing that needs to be addressed to me is the defensive line. Like I don't see how that can't get any better.
So does Rodney Gardner stay around? What is the situation there? I mean, so many Auburn people were excited when Gus Malzahn went over to Georgia and got Rodney Gardner because everybody felt like he was a guy that needed to be back at Auburn. Everybody couldn't stand to see him over there. Now Tracy Rocker's at Georgia. Which one would you rather have? I mean, I don't know. Has it passed Rodney Gardner by? Was he in the wrong scheme? Was he in the wrong defense to make him successful? Maybe you can get a great coach and put him in a bad scheme, and then it makes them look bad. Maybe Will Muschamp can evaluate that. Maybe Will Muschamp comes to the table and goes, Rodney Gardner's a heck of a coach. They were running the wrong schemes. They were running the wrong techniques. We're going to do this, and he'll be fine. I mean, I don't know what's going to end up happening there.
Well, physically, I go back and I agree with what the callers were saying. It does look like we get pushed around a lot, and that's not something that an SEC team can be doing. I mean, no offense to Vanderbilt, Kentucky, but you watch that and I mean, if it's them, that's one thing. But if you want to be a top-tier program, then you have to have the skill players to do so. And defensively, I think that Auburn has, and we've gone back and forth on this. I know every five-star isn't created equal, but Auburn and Alabama have been going after the same guys, Georgia, Florida, LSU, the same guys for the last 5 and 6 years, and Auburn has signed a slew of those. Whitaker was supposed to be a big-time player. Gabe Wright he never really developed in the way we thought. Carl Lawson's going to be good, but he hadn't been able to stay on the field. So then you just look at some of the guys who brought in from a JUCO level, the type of scheme we were playing. I think they were out of position, so that does have somewhat to do with it. But again, there's just a lot of things, and it's not like it just started with Ellis Johnson either. Really and truly, if you look back with Chiswick's first season with Gus Malzahn, we really haven't had a good defense.
We ain't had a defense since Will Muschamp left. Now he's back, so again, don't expect a magic wand to come out and wave some type of top 10 defense onto the field next year, but expect a more physical brand of football, a better tackling team, and then as you develop talent over there on that side of the ball, that defense will improve and get better. You know, the head-scratching thing here before we go to our first break is that why after Kansas State did the defense go downhill? You know, why was it getting progressively better through Kansas State, and then all of a sudden it fell off the cliff? That's a question that a lot of people would like to understand and get an answer on. So give us a call, 256-234-6221 to be part of the Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. We're just getting started. So much to talk about, so much to recap in these bowl games. The playoffs, what's your thoughts on it? TCU, did they deserve to be in? A lot of people feels like TCU may have been one of the best teams out there in the country, especially with their performance against Ole Miss. And a lot of people said, thank goodness we didn't have the BCS this year, because look at the two teams that would have been playing for the national championship, frankly, Scott, would have been Alabama and Florida State, and they got beat in their first two games. So I think that if there's ever been a more, I guess, case for the playoff, and glad that we're in the playoffs, it's that, because – you know, a lot of times you can sit there and go, the computers got it right, BCS always got it right. Maybe the BCS didn't always get it right. So that's something I'm glad that we've moved into this direction. I like the playoffs. It makes it exciting. Give us a call, 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill right after this.
This segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Alex City Marine, the Lake Martin area's premier new and used boat and motor dealership. Find out more at alexcitymarine.com. On Tap is brought to you by Hyundai of Auburn. You owe it to yourself. Call Hyundai of Auburn today at 334-321-0777 and visit them online at HyundaiofAuburn.com.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Ellick City. Order my favorite, the Wing Basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Ellick City.
I'm attorney Dane Sharp. In our office, we see many cases where drinking and driving has led to auto accidents and serious injuries. Teenage drinking and driving causes thousands of preventable deaths each year. Parents, please help by taking steps to discourage your teen from ever drinking and driving, and by making sure that they understand the dangers involved.
This message brought to you by personal injury attorney Dane Sharp, located at 134 North Broadnax Street in Dadeville, Alabama. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be provided is greater than that of other attorneys.
Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. In all sports, it takes hard work, passion, and teamwork. That's how we've treated our customers for over 45 years. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, Jeep, SUVs, and Chrysler cars, we offer the area team dedicated to making your next vehicle purchase a positive experience. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with a service department second to none. Vice Motors also offers the area's best selection of pre-owned vehicles. Visit Vice Motors at 2133 Cherokee Road in Alexander City.
Lake Winds Golf Course.
30 seconds.
The most affordable, quality round of golf in Central Alabama. Located right off Highway 280 on County Road 40 in Alexander City. Lake Winds Golf Course offers a portable membership, an updated pro shop, junior golf program, annual tournament.
10 seconds till bumper.
Matches. Call for your tee time today. 256-825-9860. Lake Winds Golf Course.
Come back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Y'all there?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here up at JR's Sports Bar and Grill. We'd love for you to come up and be part of the program, and we would love for you to call us at 256-234-6221 because so much to talk about. Phone lines lit up, blew up yesterday, and Scott on Sports Call, and I expect it to do the same here with a lot of talk and a lot of takes from Alabama and Auburn fans on their teams. And let's go to the phone lines and welcome in our first caller. Caller, go ahead. You're on the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Hey, guys, you got me?
We got you.
Okay, hey, this is Luke. How's it going?
What's up, Luke?
Just calling in, not exactly the way we thought bowl season was going to go, was it?
It was, I'm glad you went ahead and called in, Luke, because it's what Scott and I were getting into. And look, yesterday on Sports Call, the phone lines blew up, exploded with Auburn fans, frankly disgruntled with the way they finished the season. Some Alabama fans called in and talked about, some of their issues with some of the things they saw, maybe some not so good play calling by Lane Kiffin may have cost Alabama an opportunity to win that game. And then the Western Division as a whole, just really looked atrocious. It imploded. There's no other way you can put it. Alabama was competitive. Obviously, Auburn was competitive, but both lose. And the state of Mississippi had the biggest fall off of anybody. They looked horrible in both of their games.
Well, they really did. And there were some complaints about the play calling. And, look, I'm an Alabama fan. I'm disappointed. I thought we had a shot to win it all. But I think what you have to do, again, is take a step back from the season. I'm less disappointed this year than I was after the Oklahoma loss last year. And I guess part of the reason is I think last year's team was better. And I think last year's team should have won it all. This year's team, there were a lot of question marks coming into this season. Quite frankly, Saban's going to get raked over the coals for losing that game against Ohio State when, honestly, if you look up and down that roster and with the experience, et cetera, that team probably shouldn't have won the SEC this year. So, and last year's team should have. So, frankly, I think he did a better job coaching this year than last year. All the credit in the world goes to Ohio State. They showed up ready to play. I think that we underestimated their speed. I think that we overestimated some things like Blake Sims. Not to say that he's not a good player. I'm not throwing him under the bus. He's a good player. He is what he is. And Auburn's defense probably made him look a little bit better than he is. The fact that Missouri's not uber talented and made the SEC East made Alabama look a little bit better than they were. Maybe Mississippi State wasn't all that. I mean, I think once we take a step back from this season, Alabama fans are going to be happier with the outcome. I mean, look, you end up making the first playoff ever. You lose to Ohio State team, and everybody's going to say the term third-string quarterback. Well, not all third-string quarterbacks are created equal. I guarantee 100% Cardale Jones is better than Alabama's or Auburn's third-string quarterback. Not just better, a lot better. In fact, you could probably put Cardale Jones in as a starter for Alabama or Auburn, and I doubt either one of them would have any drop-off. And in Auburn's case, they may have actually ended up being better this year. So Cardale Jones he's a good player. And Urban Meyer, give him all the credit in the world. Everybody's made fun of him. We've made fun of him. I don't know what else to say other than, hey, stand up and give him a hand. And this was not something where Alabama didn't play their best. And I mean, they didn't play their best, but I'm not going to dog Alabama so much as I'm going to give Ohio State credit.
Yeah, I think that's where you need to put the to lay the banner down, is that Ohio State made plays. They converted on third downs. They were more physical at the point of attack. I don't think anybody would argue with that. I mean, Alabama got knocked around a little bit in that game, and that's one of the knocks on the Big Ten for so many years, is that they just don't have the horses. And you and I have talked about this with the other teams in the Big Ten. I think the other teams in the Big Ten have kind of dropped off over the years. Ohio State, with Urban Meyer coming up there now, has kept them at a level to compete with SEC teams, Luke, because he comes down south and he gets players that the SEC would get. Until Michigan, Jim Harbaugh will come in, and I think he'll definitely rejuvenate that program. I think Franklin is trying to do the same with Penn State, but until they can get to the level where they can get the kind of recruits that Ohio State can get to compete, then they'll continue to be the one team up there that carries the banner for the Big Ten. And I'm interested to see how this game plays out on January 12th with Oregon and Ohio State, because Oregon is, they demolished Florida State. Florida State looked bad in that game, and the circus and the sideshow with Jimbo Fisher and Jameis Winston. But still, to me, Oregon is out there under a microscope. Can they compete against a physical team? Because I don't think anybody would give Florida State any credence of being some real physical team. They beat them, and they beat them bad, but here comes the physical test. We know that Ohio State's physical, and that's the hump that Oregon hadn't been able to get over the last 10 years. They're probably the best team in college football that doesn't have a national championship in the last 10 years. So I'm going to be interested to see how they handle the physical nature of Ohio State on defense.
Yeah, if Ohio State can have a repeat performance, I think it'll be difficult. But Oregon is very, very fast. Oregon's just got it together right now. I had discounted Mark Elford as a head coach because he hadn't been there. I like to see somebody get there before I give them the credit of, okay, they can do it. Well, now I think he might be able to do it. But having said that, Ohio State is playing very well. There's going to be a knee-jerk reaction, though. Everybody's going to say, well, the SEC's down, and here comes everybody else. What I think people forget is the SEC this past year. You look at some of the juniors that left LSU, Alabama, all these other teams, and moved on to the NFL. Quite frankly, the SEC as a whole overachieved, if you ask me, this particular year. And I'm even going to go so – I know Auburn fans want to hear this, but I say Auburn might have overachieved a little bit. I mean, the SEC was still tough. I mean, a Texas A&M running back named Trey Williams ended up tweeting out something that was very poignant to me. He said, everybody's making a big deal out of these teams beating SEC in a one-game scenario. Try running the gauntlet. Try playing at Mississippi State, at home at Ole Miss, and then at Alabama like Texas A&M. Just try doing that one time, Ohio State or Wisconsin or whoever. I mean, I'm going to give you guys credit. I mean, Wisconsin, look, I thought Ohio State looked faster than Alabama. Quite frankly, I thought Wisconsin looked faster than Auburn. I couldn't believe it. I thought Auburn was going to run them out of the gym. And honestly, I thought Wisconsin looked as fast or faster than Auburn, and I could not believe it. Part of it may have been that Auburn didn't much really want to be there. I mean, certainly Alabama's been a victim of that. Some of these SEC teams may just not have wanted to be there at all. Who knows? Part of it may have been that guys like Duke Williams and Laquan Treadwell for Ole Miss, they were missing from their particular games. And you can't convince me. I think Vince Sanders was actually out for Ole Miss as well. So your top 2 receivers are out. You can't tell me that doesn't have an effect on the game. But having said that, I don't know that they'd have had that much of an effect. I think TCU would have still blown them out. Again, my point is there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction by everybody in college football to say everybody's caught up to the SEC. And frankly, I don't think that's true. I think you'll see the SEC come back bigger and better next year. Now, there are going to be some juniors that are leaving. I mean, I've already seen guys like Quan Alexander, who's from Oxford High School. He said he's coming out. I don't know how much sense that makes, but he's doing it. I mean, you may still see some guys from Alabama that don't need to come out. Jaron Reed may decide to come out. Who knows? Reggie Ragland, my bet is Ragland and Reed both come back. But I'm just saying the SEC is still going to have a mass exodus of juniors, and that may affect next year. But overall, I think the SEC is still hands down the best league in the country.
I think you're right. You know, one piece of pie doesn't give you a sample of. Can you hear me, Luke? You still got me, Luke? You there? See if we can get Luke back. I don't know what happened in the studio back there, but you know, look, the wear and tear of the schedule, Scott, I'm fully convinced is where we are with this, and I think the lack of interest by some of these teams because of the disappointment, because they were built up so much this year. Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Auburn were all built up so much. We're in the top 3 at some point in time for a good part of the deal. It just frankly was a disappointment. And look, that's still coaching. That's no excuse to show up and act like you don't want to be there. But the wear and tear of the season, I think, finally got to everybody. And Luke, we got you back, buddy?
Yeah, we do. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how much I missed, but
we got your whole.
I still think the SEC is the best conference in the country, and the talking points this next week are going to be how everybody is caught up. I just don't believe that. I believe, again, bowl games are what they are. I enjoy them, but because Wisconsin beat Auburn in Tampa in a stadium that was 35% full at 11 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Day when Auburn was missing their top wide receiver, that doesn't, to me, mean that Wisconsin is better than Auburn. It means that particular moment for a bowl game that meant nothing, Wisconsin won.
Yeah, I agree with you, Luke.
It doesn't blow me away.
Well, I agree with you, and we did hear all of that. And what I was going to say is I finally think the exhaustion of the schedule and the pressure on the SEC Western teams, because at some point in time outside of Arkansas, everybody was ranked in the top 20 and most were ranked in the top 15, if not the top 10. So the pressure finally and the beating up on one another, and you get to a point where only one team can really get in, and Alabama makes the run. They win the SEC and get in the playoff. I think Ole Miss was extremely disappointed. I think Mississippi State was extremely disappointed. I think Auburn, to a point, was disappointed in their play as a whole coming down the stretch with how bad their defense was. So I think people were just worn out. And, you got Arkansas and Texas A&M who were happy to be in bowl games because their season had been so tumultuous that they get there and they win. And, you look at some of the opponents they played and were able to beat. So I think you have to take in the whole picture. And I'm with you. Just because the Big Ten – and look, I'll give credit where credit's due.
That's all it is, though. It's the big. Had it been the Pac-12, that's what I think the perception.
But the Pac-12's got the best record in the bowl season right now. Period.
But going against SEC, I think what happened was the fact that it was Big Ten teams that did it to the SEC with Wisconsin, especially Auburn and Alabama.
Well, it's even everybody taking a pot shot, as you heard Paul Johnson take a pot shot at the SEC's. After the game, Luke, he said, "Well, maybe we don't have to hear about the SEC for a few weeks now."
Well, I mean, if you're going to play that game, I mean, Tennessee beat Iowa's brains out. And so you can say, well, the lesser tier teams beat the lesser tier teams or whatever. I think, really, I'm okay as far as an Alabama fan moving on to the summer. It's going to be very interesting. Alabama jumped right back on the saddle yesterday and got commitments from Darren Payne, I haven't been incredibly high on this year. because I had heard some less than stellar things during the year. But at the Under Armour practice and yesterday at the Under Armour game, he performed very, very well, which gives me a ton of hope. And he's huge. Darren Payne is a slam dunk. Take him every single year, no matter what. And Kendall Sheffield committed to Alabama, a 5-star defensive back out of Texas. So Alabama's going to shore up their defensive back situation with guys that are certainly rated very highly. I mean, Minka Fitzpatrick's coming in. You got the Custis kid out of Kentucky coming in, and you've got Kendall Sheffield. You may have some other defensive backs, who knows. And, I mean, look, there are going to be some things, and Kirby Smart's got to do some things. He's given up 44 points to Auburn. He gave up 42 points he really only gave up 35 points because one of them was a pick six to Ohio State. And so Alabama's got to work on some things defensively. And so that's going to make for an interesting summer. Meanwhile, on the Auburn side, you look at Gus Malzahn, who everybody thought was an absolute genius for so long. Well, he's lost a bunch of games in a row to Division I opponents. And so he's got to get that situated. He's got to get that fixed. And that's going to be something fun for us. I mean, for guys who do sports talk radio, this actually couldn't have worked out any better, because now it's so much better for us to have talking points about what we need to fix than to have talking points of what's right.
No, I mean, you're exactly right, and I think we're all in agreement up here, and we got a run loop. But before we let you go, well, there you go. So, but one thing that we agree with is that we all look at our teams objectively, and we all are able to pull out the flaw. We're not the ones that just stand up here and shake orange and blue and red and white shakers all the time, and make excuses when things go wrong. When you play bad, you play bad, and when you don't. That's why you bring in coaches like, Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, and then now Gus Malzahn trying to itch his way up into that echelon, and then now Will Muschamp coming in. You pay top dollar, you expect top results. You shouldn't be losing to mediocre Texas A&M. You shouldn't be losing to mediocre Wisconsin teams. I don't care if you don't want to be there or not. So there's a lot of things that you can play into that. So we'd love to hear from you. 256-234-6221. Up against the break. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Hyundai of Auburn.
America's best warranty. Safety and satisfaction plus sleek modern styling. Hyundai
Can you hear me?
Plus, remember, 80% of the cars Hyundai of Auburn sells are built within 60 miles. That's local jobs. You owe it to yourself.
You got me in the studio.
Hyundai of Auburn. And now's the time. Best selection, discounts, and finance options ever. Not all will qualify, but let us pick out your options. You pick the car, you pick the deal. That's my promise. It's just that simple. Hyundai of Auburn, you do owe it to yourself.
Wireless Advantage is Lake Martin's Verizon premium retailer, located in the Marketplace Shopping Center on Highway 280 in Alex City. We've got all the latest cell phones along with the latest Wi-Fi internet products, home phone options, and state-of-the-art tablets. Don't get caught in long lines. Get full Verizon service and products from Apple, BlackBerry, Droid HTZ, iPad, LG, Motorola, and Samsung right here at home. Visit Wireless Advantage in the Marketplace Shopping Center in Alexander City on Highway 280 for all your Verizon wireless needs.
Excitement awaits you on beautiful Lake Martin. Alex City Guide Service can provide you with a charter trip of a lifetime. Licensed charter guide David Hare has over 20 years of experience on Lake Martin, specializing in live bait fishing for trophy-sized saltwater striped bass, largemouth bass, and spotted bass. Alex City Guide Service can accommodate your group with its fleet of available guides. Call Alex City Guide Service today at 256-401-3089 or visit them online at www.alexcityguideservice.com.
You are not a professional football player. Your 40-yard dash requires a coffee break. And when it comes to pocket protection, that's just the thing you put your ink pens in. But that doesn't mean you can't eat like a pro. Introducing the new Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal from Zaxby's. Sink your teeth into this new crispy breast filet with just the right amount of kick on a lightly toasted bun. And you'll be saying, hey, coach, put me in the game. Even though technically there's no coach and no game. And that's fine with you, because your Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal comes with delicious crinkle fries and a refreshing small Coca-Cola Freestyle drink. Now that's how you score without a career-ending muscle spasm from your overly ambitious end zone celebration. So who cares that one time your 2-minute offense took an entire week, or that your vertical leap involves a ladder? Thanks to the new Zaxby's Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal, you, my friend, can eat like a pro. Zaxby's, indescribably good.
Central Alabama Community College is proud to be one of Alabama's 5 original community colleges. Central Alabama combines innovation, flexibility, tradition, and the latest technology to provide a quality education tailored to meet anyone's needs. Whether your aim is a 2-year degree or a jump start on a 4-year degree, you can feel confident that you will leave Central Alabama with a sharper focus on life. Find out more about the world of opportunity that can be yours. And remember, Central Alabama, central to you.
Central to your success. It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfit, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a
30
loan.
seconds.
Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
This segment of Sports Blitz
10
brought to you by
seconds.
Lee Marketing Group. For signage, tees, web design, and more, call on LMG today at 256-825-0197.
Come back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. Taking your calls, 256-234-6221. Get some great food up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill each and every Saturday. We're on the air here, and, again, great phone calls yesterday. Already gotten started off with a great phone call with Luke today, and, I think he brought up great points. And, one thing about Alabama is this, and, Alabama has definitely been the team to emulate, and Nick Saban has done a tremendous job with 7 straight 10-plus win seasons. I mean, that's immaculate. I don't care what you say, who you pull for, whatever. Give credit where credit's due, and, to continue to keep the level of intensity that he's kept over the years for this program, because it's easy to get complacent. When you're good, I mean, it's easy to let things die off. But I thought Luke brought up some good points. But I thought you brought up a good point just a minute ago about the way Ohio State approached this game, and, all the jokes that everybody's had against – Urban Meyer, and Nick Saban caused him to have a heart attack and collapse and quit football for a while. And then he ran to Ohio State, and everybody's like, oh, it's funny now that he draws Alabama in the playoff game because you can't run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide kind of situation. And he met it head on. He met it with a team that's not as talented, I mean, across the board as Alabama. I mean, I don't think anybody will argue. Now, they're talented in spots. But going into this game, they were a 9-point underdog for a reason. They did have a third-string quarterback, which I do think everybody has kind of, it's more of the title than it is anything. Cardale Jones is a lot better than a third-string guy. Just happened to have J.T. Barrett, Braxton Miller in front of him. And you look back now at some of the things that went on in that game, Ohio State didn't walk into that game intimidated, where other teams in the past have. I don't know what it is about the Sugar Bowl, about Alabama going to the Sugar Bowl outside of the national championship game against LSU, which they were able to win. The actual Sugar Bowl against Utah, Oklahoma, and now Ohio State hasn't gone in Alabama's favor. So I think you made a good point, is that Ohio State and their fans and their team didn't buy into the hype. Well, we're just glad that we made it here. We just need to walk in here and just keep it close and not get blown out. And it was right the opposite of that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You look at Nick Saban and Urban Meyer. To me, those are the 2 top coaches in college football. They're premier, and they're representing the top 2 teams in the country, premier-wise and prestige-wise, in my opinion. But the thing that you have to look at, what Ohio State is going to end up being, and I really think so as long as Urban Meyer is there, he's going to be able to attract, as you said, that type of talent, SEC talent, which is really the only thing that's separating SEC from everybody else is demographics and geography. That if you can go get kids from Florida and Louisiana and South Alabama and Georgia, where all of the big time recruits are coming from, then definitely you are going to have a better chance to win. But I think Harbaugh will change some of that perception, because I actually do think I do disagree a little bit with Luke, that I do think there are other conferences that are catching up to it, but it's only because of the talent level. That's how you combat this. Is I think you still have the same quality of coaches in the SEC. Outside of Nick Saban, I mean, each conference has their own premier coach. But what Urban Meyer and Ohio State did against Alabama to me showed that even if they had a loss, as long as they didn't get blown out, I think that was going to kill the perception even more. But the fact that they came in and they weren't afraid and they didn't care that Alabama was Alabama, and I think that's what my whole thing is. I think the lure of Alabama and maybe the brand of what Nick Saban is in big time games has dropped just a little bit.
Well, let me ask you this too, and everybody felt like when it was 21-6, here we go. Ohio State gets inside the 10-yard line twice, have to kick field goals, eerily similar to Auburn. Cardale Jones makes a couple mistakes. They go up 21-6. The perception of the game was like, oh, here we go. But in reality, Ohio State had not played that bad, and Alabama was able to just hold serve and play the way they'd been playing. Nick Saban even made mention of it in the press conference. He said, even at 21-6, I didn't like the way the game was going. And I think he said that from an objective standpoint as he was sitting there at the press conference going over why things were 21-6. He goes, we still weren't stopping them on third down, even though we're at 21-6. He said, and over a matter of time, things are going to come back and they're going to get you if you don't make corrections. And Alabama was not very good on third down defense. Alabama was terrible on third down on offense. So that equals a loss most of the time, Scott. And Blake Sims, to me, he made a bad decision. Actually, Ohio State made a good play when they dropped the defensive end into the zone. They knew where Amari Cooper was going to be. They stepped right in there. He just pulled the trigger without looking is basically what happened. And that pick six really kind of changed some momentum of the game. But Alabama played majority of the third quarter inside the 30 or 35-yard line of Ohio State. They couldn't get off the goal line, Scott, and a terrible punt. But Lane Kiffin then calls a very risque play when they're only down 6 points. You got a field goal in your back pocket, basically, and you decide to sprint Blake Sims out and throw a pass to O.J. Howard that gets picked off when you got Derrick Henry, who had 13 carries in the game for 95 yards, which is about a 7.3 yard per carry average, and they take the ball out of his hands. You're at the 23-yard line. Why are you not running the football? So, to me, Lane Kiffin ended up making Blake Sims who he was this year, Scott, but in the end, he ended up causing Alabama to lose the football game by some of his stubborn play calling. He's got to look pretty doing it. He doesn't like to just sit back and go, okay, I got a better athlete over here, and we got a better offensive line than you got, and you can't block. He's got to go out there and do something that looks spectacular. He wants to be able to raise his arms while the receiver's running the route, and it's all good. But in crunch time, Nick Saban's philosophy is the best philosophy. If I got Derrick Henry over here and he's got about 90 yards at that point running the football, I'm going to give it to him 3 or 4 times down there inside the red zone, and good luck stopping me, Ohio State.
Yeah, and I even will kind of correlate Lane Kiffin and Gus Malzahn. They both at times, especially in the red zone, have got you moments where they're trying to upstage the defensive coordinator, the other coach, and say, you know what my system
I think Gus Malzahn's gotten conservative. Well, I don't think in overtime, and we'll dive into Auburn here in just a minute because we're still in Alabama, but Gus Malzahn is overly conservative a lot of times, and he's even come out and said that. So I think it's kind of different in that standpoint. But I see what you're saying against Mississippi State. When Auburn got inside the red zone, they had the gotcha moment trying to reverse
even
pass.
Against Alabama, there's just some of the play calling, and you look at Texas A&M, but we'll go back. I do want to address something that Luke said, though. And I think it is the most telling thing, not only for the SEC, but in particular Alabama. The one thing that has been the one constant that has made Alabama so great has been they've had great secondary players. And so Luke said it, when you're having guys coming out early every year in the draft, when you have a D. Milner, when you have a Drake Kirkpatrick, when you have a Mark Barron, when you have those guys that are coming out, you're going to have to continue to play freshmen. And at some point, that's going to catch up to you. And I think that's what has happened, especially the last couple of years. That's been their weakest part of their defense, which is something that you wouldn't expect with Nick Saban as the head coach. But again, I think that as long as they keep getting the talent that they're having, then you're going to see that continue to happen. But I think that goes to the story of really why Alabama has struggled a lot lately, is because they've lost so much talent on both sides of the ball.
256-234-6221 to be part of the program. Up against the break, we come back. We'll switch gears and talk about this Auburn-Wisconsin game. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
Don't let pests take your house or business over. Wave the red flag. Red Flag Pest, owned and operated by Scott Davis on Highway 280 in Jackson's Gap, is licensed, insured, and bonded, and serves the Lake Martin area, specializing in lake homes, residential property, and industrial property. Call for a free inspection today, 256-825-0430, and visit us online at redflagpestcontrol.com. Red Flag Pest Control, when the problem has to stop. Guaranteed.
It's not surprising that Russell Medical Center has outpatient services, but what might surprise you is that we have so many. So remember, for the finest in outpatient services, our doors are always open. Russell Medical Center, conveniently located in Alexander City.
CertaPro Painters of Auburn, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia is locally owned and operated by Mike and Chris Dodds. Whether it's interior or exterior, residential or commercial, CertaPro Painters delivers a professional painting experience to you. We give you a free detailed written estimate, free color consultation. We provide a 2-year warranty for your protection. We also offer a
now 30 seconds.
Call 334-651-0033 or 706-225-87. CertaPro Painters. Experience the difference a pro can make.
This segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Dark Insurance, offering insurance for all your personal needs, including auto, both homeowners and disability. Don't be in the dark. Call Dark Insurance at 256-234-5026.
Coming back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you till noon today. Come on out to JR Sports Bar and Grill or give them a call at 256-329-2328, and they will get you your order, and they'll deliver it to you. They'll take it. But I'm telling you, just come in here. Football on today. Might as well come on in and sit down and get you some good food here at JR Sports Bar and Grill for lunch or later on throughout the day, maybe even some dinner here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. Scott talked about Alabama there first couple of segments, and we'll shift over and talk about Auburn a little bit. We kind of started on them a little bit, but, you know, I'd like to hear from people out there if they'd like to call in, 256-234-6221. What was your take on the game this past week with Wisconsin a couple of days ago as Auburn falls in overtime? And, you know, it's always the kicker's fault a lot of times when you lose a game, but that was definitely for the first time ever when a field goal kicker missed a field goal. I don't think a single person blamed the game on Daniel Carlson. I mean, I know he was one of 3 in the game, but the 3 plays that were called in overtime were 3 of the worst calls I've ever seen as far as design, trying to get down the field, trying to get in better range for a field goal or try to score the touchdown. I mean, you hold a team to a field goal, and now you know what you got to do, and you got to be aggressive. And I don't know if Auburn had to resort to throwing a throwback pass to the quarterback to try to move the ball down the field.
It's just one of those things where it should have never come down to that point to begin with. And as you said, it was not the kicker's fault at all. Carlson, actually, he had the tweets coming out, and he was saying how much he appreciated Auburn people not blaming him because there was no need to blame him. It was even before that, even if you want to just analyze it from the overtime perspective, there was so much that happened getting into that point. If you call somebody to have 3 turnovers in the game, you have 0, and to be able to move the ball through the air the way they were is good. I mean, Nick Marshall played about how he normally would play, but the problem to me, again, goes back to the fact that no team in my recent history or memory for Auburn I can remember somebody going for 400 yards. I mean, you just can't do that and expect to win games. And so the score in itself doesn't really indicate how the game was actually played. I'm just disappointed all the way around. And I agree with the with what you're saying too. I think part of it is too that, you know, maybe they didn't want to be there, but even if you didn't, again, that shows a lack of, I guess, leadership on the coach's standpoint, that if you couldn't get your guys up for that, but when it mattered the most, Auburn couldn't capitalize and make plays.
400 yards rushing for Wisconsin, 121 yards passing. They were only 3 of 12 on third downs, but they had 521 total yards of offense. Auburn, on the flip side, was a very balanced attack with 219 yards rushing, 216 passing. Nick Marshall had a decent day. I mean, he was spot on throwing, didn't throw for a ton of yards, 217 yards, though, still threw for over 200, 15 to 22, 2 touchdowns. Ran the ball for 18 yards. So he did his part, no doubt about it. Cameron Artis-Payne, I thought, had a good game. 26 carries, 126 yards, really got it going there in the fourth quarter. 2 touchdowns for Cap there as he exits Auburn, and we appreciate everything that he did down there. Ricardo Lewis had that one big catch again, a touchdown pass over the top. Don't think we get him involved in the offense near enough. Quan Bray had a decent game, 5 catches, 63 yards, dropped a couple of big balls, I thought. Sammy Coates was a weird story. Now, Sammy Coates was a situation where Scott didn't even start the game and then was in sporadically, and then he ran that one dig route. I mean, not dig, but the fly pattern, and then came off the field, and then you saw him there toward the end of the game. I think a lot of people that called in yesterday were spot on. Maybe him and Gus Malzahn came to a decision, and they talked and said, look, and maybe he said, I don't want to play but so many plays in this game. If you're going to do that, and I'm just speculating here, but if you're going to do that, just don't play at all. I mean, just don't be part of the game plan. And I don't know. It was just an odd situation.
How did it go to this so quickly, though, Brett? I mean, 5 weeks ago, and I mean, of course it happened to several other teams, but 5 weeks into the season, or right when you're 7-1 or whatever Auburn is at that time, and you have an opportunity, you have the big win against Ole Miss, and then it just erupted everywhere. And there's just so many things that started coming out.
Well,
and
let me just say this, and I want to go back and kind of do a comparison to everybody here in the SEC and kind of what Luke was alluding to and talking about. And I just want to get your take on it. Maybe we all weren't as good as we thought we were. All right. You know, Auburn, obviously, we knew the schedule was going to be tough. I don't think anybody would have thought the way we'd have won 8 games the way we won them. Okay, it's kind of different in how we lost some of those games. Alabama, give them credit. You know, in tough years where you got to win to get the championships, we all look back and see close games. But Alabama had Arkansas and LSU and Auburn and certain games like that could easily went the other direction. All right, you can look at it that way. Auburn had some other games. They could have lost to South Carolina. Auburn could have been worse than they were. They could have lost to South Carolina. They could have done some things different. They could have lost to Ole Miss, and probably should have if Laquan Treadwell's leg didn't get bent back the way it does and he drops the ball. So Mississippi State, I mean, coming down the stretch, looked like they just kind of petered out. Ole Miss goes on the road and gets blown out to Arkansas, and then they get blown out in the Georgia Dome to TCU. Maybe we all just weren't as good as we thought we were. And I think that's a point that we need to look at is Florida State squeaked by 6 teams. Finally, they got what's been coming to them. It's kind of like a big bowl, and it kind of exploded finally. So, one of the things that I think a lot of times if you need to go back and say, well, we pulled that close win out, records a lot of times don't tell the whole story. Auburn fans could look at it a couple different ways. If we do what we're supposed to against Texas A&M, we win that game, we beat Wisconsin, we'll win 10 games this year, right? You can also look at it if South Carolina catches that ball in the end zone and Laquan Treadwell goes over the end zone line with the ball and Kansas State doesn't turn the ball over twice inside the red zone, we got 3 more losses. So now you're looking at a sub-500 team. How would that have looked this year if Auburn comes in? Now, granted, plays are made in games and games go certain ways, and you're going to play tough teams, and when you're on the road you take wins however you can. So I don't think anybody saw Auburn blowing LSU out in the way they did, but I don't think Auburn fans saw us losing at home to Texas A&M. So I just think Luke was right in a regard in that maybe we weren't all as good as we thought we were, and all that pressure finally just exploded at the end of the year, and you saw the West win 2 ball games. I mean, that's just the way it is. The West won 2 bowl games.
Well, let me ask this, and I do agree with that to a certain extent, but do you see it as more it could be just that the parity level in the SEC has reached the point where if you've got, I mean, you got 10 teams that could be playing for bowl games every year. So that's how I look at it. So again,
well, if that's the case, then it's going to be.
They're the best conference and the most overrated conference at the same time, and that's it's a
I don't think
catch-22.
I don't think we're overrated. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying that with the schedules that we play and the way things played out this year, and the pressure and the way the nation had built the Western Division up, which at one point in time you had Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Auburn, and Alabama up there in the top 10. I mean, we were playing each other, though, and you were beating up on each other. Some of the best football teams in the country week in and week out playing one another, while Ohio State, no offense, was playing Iowa, and they were playing Illinois, and they were playing teams like that. I mean, you know, I think Cameron Artis-Payne said it best when he was talking about Melvin Gordon, and it was kind of a shot. He said, I would have loved to run against Purdue and all those other teams, but then you go out and you get beat by Wisconsin, you really need to just shut up. But Melvin Gordon – what he ran against every week wasn't what Cameron Artis-Payne and T.J. Yeldon and Derrick Henry and Corey Grant ran against every week. I mean, it is what it is.
That part I do agree with completely because I look at two teams that I think have been benefiting tremendously from a system, and that's Oregon and Wisconsin. You look at Wisconsin running backs, you just can plug one in and out, and they're going to break records. The leading rusher, Ron Dane, then you got Clay, and now you have Melvin Gordon. Then you look at Mariota and Dennis Dix, and all. It's just the system, I think, and then we have superior talent now. If you have an exceptional talent, it does benefit you more, and it probably helps you to do things a little different.
A lot of people say that about Auburn.
Which you could say that, which I don't, which you look at it, though, from a pro level. Trey Mason now, see, that's when I look at how you develop.
Cameron Artis-Payne going to be a good pro?
That I don't necessarily know. I didn't think
he
Trey
was the
Mason
leading
was
rusher
going to be
in the SEC this year.
So that's kind of part of it. That I don't know. It's just such a catch-22 all the way around. But I do think that you can't demean the Big Ten or any other conference because they're not having to go up against the same caliber of competition. But when you face off against them in a bowl game and they beat you, then what do you say then? So I agree that, well, you look at Purdue and you look at Vandy. So are they not one and the same? That's how I look at but
they got more in their conference week in and week out than we do on our side. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Is the bottom tier deeper at the Big Ten level or the SEC level?
I agree with
Look,
that.
I'm not making excuses for the SEC. You go out there and you get killed by TCU, you get killed. You go down there and play Georgia Tech and you can't defend option and you can't play assignment football and you're not disciplined enough like Mississippi State and Georgia were, you get beat, period. You get beat on the field, you get beat. Whether you make mistakes, whether Jameis Winston believes, that penalties and turnovers are part of the game or not, they are, and somebody, and we'll get into his idiotic statements after the game. I'm so glad he's gone from college football. And good luck to the team that drafts him is all I can tell you. You getting what you get right there. And his lack of respect and for authority and what he does, to me, Jimbo Fisher and them got exactly what was coming to him on that. But that's here later on in the show. We'll talk about Oregon and Florida State here in just a minute, but you close out for Auburn, the penalties, the dumb penalties, leading the conference in penalties at 80-something yards per game. I mean, Scott, that is on the coaching staff. If you're Chris Frost, first of all, you're not making very many plays at linebacker anyway, and then you're running 15 yards downfield and you're hitting a guy 5 yards out of bounds. What are you doing? And then you give 15 free yards up. So you lost 30 yards on one play there. And you allow Wisconsin to get down inside field goal range and kick a field goal to tie the ball game. I mean, the discipline all year for Auburn has kind of been sketchy. I'll have to be honest with you. I mean, the continuation of dumb penalties, personal foul penalties, late hit penalties out of bounds. And I understand sometimes a hold, and I understand somebody – with a face mask trying to make a play. But when you're getting personal fouls and you're hitting late out of bounds like we did 2 or 3 times against Wisconsin, that's unacceptable.
Well, let me ask you this. I know it's so early, and I know it's only year 3 of next year will be year 3 of the Gus regime. But if Auburn goes 8-5 again next year, what does that?
I think there's pressure coming. I think Auburn gets pressure. I mean, I think Gus Malzahn gets a little bit of pressure. I'm not saying pressure to the point he loses his job, but Scott, he wasn't hired to go 8-5. That's what Gene Chizik did a couple of times. I mean, you're hired to put Auburn to the next level and keep it there. The sustainability. Auburn has proven they can get there. The challenge for Gus Malzahn is to do it on a consistent basis. Tommy Tuberville was close. He won double-digit wins 3 times, I believe, 3 or 4 times in his 10 years at Auburn, and he also won 9 games 2 or 3 times. So he was close to having, a bunch of multiple of double-digit win seasons in there. But the problem for Gene Chizik and the problem that's facing Gus Malzahn now is not can I get there? We've proven that we can get there, but can we do it like an Alabama program where you're not expecting 7 consecutive years, but maybe a South Carolina run where you go 3 years in a row with 10-plus wins? So I'm not saying I'd trade Auburn successes for what South Carolina's done, but over the long haul, South Carolina, if you want to look at it, the last 3 or 4 years have been a more consistent program. So 256-234-6221. Up against another break. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
For 60 years, East Central Alabama has relied on Jackson Refrigeration for installation and service on all brands, including Rheem, Goodman, and York. Now we've expanded into A1 4 Seasons Heating and Air, a division of Jackson Refrigeration. We still make your comfort our priority and expect our staff to be the most experienced, dedicated, and trained to give you the highest quality of sales and service. When choosing your heating and air company, choose our family of professionals. The all-new A1 4 Seasons Heating and Air, the all-new division of Jackson Refrigeration.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
Central Alabama Community College is proud to be one of Alabama's 5 original community colleges. Central Alabama combines innovation, flexibility, tradition, and the latest technology to provide a quality education tailored to meet anyone's needs. Whether your aim is a 2-year degree or a jump start on a 4-year degree, you can feel confident that you will leave Central Alabama with a sharper focus on life. Find out more about the world of opportunity that can be yours. And remember, Central Alabama, central to you.
Central to your success.
Lake Winds Golf Course, the most affordable, quality round of golf in Central Alabama. Located right off Highway 280 on County Road 40 in Alexander City, Lake Winds Golf Course offers affordable membership and updated pro shop, junior golf program, annual tournaments, and weekly matches. Call for your tee time today, 256-825-9860. Lake Winds Golf Course.
It didn't work.
This segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Satterfield on Highway 280 in Alex City. Satterfield is the Lake Martin area's big green egg and accessories headquarters.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
1 minute.
Hello, I'm Russell Building.
30 seconds.
And I'm the big box store. Say, what you doing?
I'm checking inventory in all of our departments.
Well, you're Russell. I thought you only sold lumber to contractors.
No. We have lots of home improvement items like nails, nuts and bolts, plumbing, electrical supplies, and the experts to give advice too.
Okay.
Paints and lawn and garden, windows, doors, and cabinets, all at our low price guarantee.
10 seconds to bumper.
I get it. I guess I was selling you a little short.
Short, really?
9 locations serving Lake Martin and Central Alabama.
Back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy with you till noon today. Come on out to JR Sports Bar and Grill for some great food. The Florida and East Carolina game just kicking off the Birmingham Bowl. So give us a call and let us know your thoughts on your team's performance, whether it was Auburn or Alabama in their bowl game. Both disappointed fan bases, obviously, and the state of Alabama as a whole. But moving forward, it is Oregon and Ohio State. They punched their ticket to the national championship game in Arlington, Texas, a week from this coming Monday on January the 12th. I think it'll be an outstanding matchup, an interesting matchup. Both teams obviously deserve to be there. And let's break down this Oregon-Florida State matchup. And I think everybody outside of Florida State's fan base was happy to see what happened with a complete annihilation of Florida State. And Jameis Winston, let me just start there, on the mic after the game in the press conference said, now the game's still going on when we go back out there. What are you talking about? The game is over. And then he comes out and says, now let's just all be real with each other in here. That game could have gone either way. No, it could not have. I mean, to me, there's times where you just need to shut up. You just need to give props, and he can't do it. He cannot give props to the other team. He is why people dislike Florida State, Scott. It's the end of discussion. I mean, there's no way you can pull for him. You can't pull for a guy like that. I mean, because he's arrogant. He thinks he is the exception to everything out there. There are no rules for him. And, frankly, Oregon, they went out and they did exactly what people said they couldn't do, and that's be physical up front and pressure him into making mistakes. And not only did he, but did everybody else on Florida State's offensive side of the football had a bad night, and they made mistakes, and it cost them.
Well, I think the thing with Jameis, and I think he's just more of a product of his environment. And don't get me wrong, now some of it is him as a person doing some of the things he's doing, but it's like what happened with Jimbo, and when he basically told him he was going to have to go sit down, was it's like a little kid in the grocery store where if I'm at the house and you let me say whatever I want to say to you and do whatever I want to do, and now we're out and about and now I'm being disrespectful, you can't expect to punish me or try to make me think anything different because you've allowed me to do so much from that point going on. And I think Jameis, talent-wise, still exceeds most everybody else in the country, which is why he got some of the, I guess, leeway that he got with them. But Florida State, as you said, that is a game that has been building up all season long, and nobody's been able to do it because they found a way to bring themselves back. And now a lot of that has to do with Jameis. But Oregon came in there and did exactly what you said and what people said they couldn't do, and that was put it on them. And they were not. This is not your brother's Oregon team. This is not the team that Oregon played against Auburn a few years ago. This team is physical, they're fast, and they're well coached. And so that's something that was a buzzsaw for Florida State. But again, I think a lot of it just goes so much deeper than Jameis. It's the coaching staff. It's the city of Tallahassee. It's the University for Florida State University. So there's just so many things that cause that to happen, or for him to be in the situation that he was in.
The worst bowl loss for a defending national champion ever. I mean, most points scored in a Rose Bowl ever. So Jameis, little bit of info for you, buddy. It couldn't have gone either way. And if Oregon doesn't take their starters out, it could be in the 70 range for you. So you got embarrassed. I know it's reality. I know we're all over here.
40 points is 40 points.
And you're over somewhere else. But we'll run down the stats. I know they moved the football, but they did turn the ball over 5 times. And some of those were self-inflicted wounds. Some of them were created by Oregon. And the play where he goes back, and we've seen all the trolls and everything on him falling back, Odell Beckham Jr. jumping in there and catching it, and the RKO on him and the official. I mean, could it be more fitting? Could it be more fitting to happen to him the way it did, and it just kind of slipped down like silliness, and then the ball flop out of his hand, and Oregon just scoop it up and run it in? It just kind of is a microcosm of him as a whole, don't you think?
Yeah, and that kind of just summed up there. It
really
summed
did.
up everything. Like that was the nail in the coffin. And what would happen if he decided to come back? If he came back, would they even accept him coming back? I can't see Jimbo even saying you got to go, bud. But he's the type of person that I think would come back specifically to irritate everybody else.
I know. He's. I don't have any words for it, but anyway, it was a demolition derby for Oregon, 59-20 over Florida State. If you have the playoff system, and obviously Florida State had not lost since the national championship, had not lost in 2 years, so obviously they had to be in there. But TCU was left out. I mean, in the BCS, you would have had Oregon that would have been left out. You would have had Ohio State left out and TCU. So at least you got 2 more teams in there, and the 2 teams that get in end up being in the national championship game. So I think we're slowly creeping there. I think this just makes more argument for the 18. Look, and I know Luke is an adamant opponent against going to 8, but here's the reasoning why. And I think everybody's reasonings that they're coming up with makes sense. There's a lot of times 5, 6 teams are good enough to win it in college football. I think TCU on a given night against any of these teams could do that. Maybe Baylor, even though they lost a shootout to Michigan State. But the bottom line is you get 5 power conferences. You let the 5 power conference champions go, and then you have the 3 at-large teams. And now you got an 8-team playoff, and that's just the way it is. That way the playoff committee can go in there and make a decision on who they want for the at-large teams and how things kind of play out. Then TCU does get in. Now they can't complain if they don't win it. They do have a shot. Maybe Baylor does get in. Maybe those teams get in and they have an opportunity. But you look at how it would have played out this year if it would have been in the BCS. It would have been Florida State and Alabama, and both teams lost their playoff game. So the best team in college football to me, and has been for a while, is Oregon, the most complete team. Now they've got to get over the hurdle. Can they beat a physical team? Well, they're going to have their opportunity when Ohio State comes into the stadium on January the 12th.
Yeah, and again, though, I think the one thing that the committee is definitely happy about was that Ohio State didn't lose, because had they lost, then the way that TCU won, it would have been even more conversation. So from that point, at least they did.
Makes it look like they got it right.
So they did. I mean, you hate to see that for TCU, but they were going to crush Ole Miss, because that was a statement game to the committee saying, you know what, this is what we should have been. And so hats off to Gary Patterson, which I think that they are on the verge of now, since they've joined the Big 12. I think now, since they're a Power 5 conference, they're starting to be able to get recruits differently. There were some guys that played in the Under Armour game last night that may not commit to TCU, but had them in their realm of teams that they would go to, and that's something that wouldn't have happened previously. So I think the fact that they're in the Big 12 now definitely will elevate the program even more.
And
so
boy, they're head and shoulders above Texas and Oklahoma right now.
Yes, and so that's an even crazier thing, is that you look at Baylor and TCU, and those are 2 more programs. And I even want to get you, because I haven't had a chance to talk to you. Oklahoma losing the way that they lost, is Bob Stoops now? Okay. Is he on that same downward turn?
Absolutely, he is. I think no doubt. And, he needs to quit worrying about what's going on in the SEC and worry about winning over in his conference and winning his bowl games and not getting embarrassed. So we'd love to hear from you. 256-234-6221 up against the break. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Beef Barbecue is still the best place in town for a great meal at a great price, and the new barbecue happy hour proves it. Big Beef Barbecue is now offering a regular barbecue sandwich with french fries and tea for only $4.99, or a large barbecue sandwich with french fries and tea for only $6.99. The barbecue happy hour is offered Monday through Friday from 2 to 5 p.m. at Big Beef Barbecue, located at 1626 Highway 22 West in Alex City.
Hello. I'm State Farm Agent Karen Chanel. I specialize in helping families and individuals like yourself in the Alexander City and Lake Martin communities. With over 20 years experience with State Farm and a dynamic team of licensed professionals, I am committed to helping you manage the risk of everyday life. And we not only consider it an honor, but a privilege to assist you in meeting your insurance and financial services needs. Whether you call in, click in, or walk in, I sincerely look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
At Brown Nursing Home, you'll find quality care and comfortable living. We take great pride in our rehabilitation services, including short-term rehabilitation. We offer speech, occupational, and physical therapy, as well as skilled nursing care. Brown is located on Washington Street in Alexander City. For more information, contact Cecily Lee, the administrator, at 256-329-9061.
Style points don't show up in the box score. Talking a good game has never won a championship. And we're sorry to break it to you. It's not the shoes. It's the work, the pride, the blood, and the tears.
1 minute.
Because Russell's wicking sweat out of the equation. Russell Dry Power Moisture wicking tees and fleece. The next evolution in over 100 years of raw performance.
Arctic Air and Heat, located in Jackson Gap on Highway 280. Mr. Darryl Kazai invites you to call him. Now, folks, the cold weather's coming. That's a fact. Now, he is your rain dealer. That's RHEEM. His number is 256-794-4341. That's Daryl Kazal. Ask him about central heating and air. Central heating and air. That's 256-794-4341. Kazaya, Daryl Kazaya.
This segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Russell Do-It Center, offering a complete assortment of lumber, building materials, electrical, and plumbing supplies. Russell Do-It Center stores
10 seconds.
First-class service, top-rate products, and competitive do-it-best pricing.
Come back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Scott Hardy here with you till noon, and give us a call. I know it's a dreary day out there, kind of rainy, kind of been a blah last couple of days, Scott, but we'd love to hear from everyone out there. Give us a call and let us know what's on your mind. Obviously, breaking down these bowl games as Florida and East Carolina are underway, and it's scoreless. Florida unable to move the football against East Carolina. Now East Carolina has the ball back and have it on about their own 30. Actually have it at the Florida 25 and driving down inside the 20 now. So East Carolina and what they've been able to do this year has been pretty spectacular. And, that program's kind of, it's had some pretty good wins this year. And I know they've had some losses that were questionable, but they are East Carolina, and they did make it to a bowl game. So will Florida show up today with all the turmoil that they've had this year, losing Will Muschamp as their head coach, and a change with now Jim McElwain coming in as the new head coach, and Doug Nussmeier. So Alabama South really kind of moving into Florida.
A pretty good staff. I think I like the Randy Shannon move. I think he did a good job, especially from a recruiting standpoint. You wanted to get somebody with some South Florida ties, but I think McElwain actually may be the right fit for Florida. They needed an offensive mind, and I think once you get the right defensive scheme together for them, because the talent's already there, that is the one positive. Whoever is doing the play calling defensively for Florida will have it made, because Muschamp built up a great depth chart there defensively.
256-234-6221 to be part of the program, as again, the SEC East really shocks everybody if you're an SEC fan, and they really carry the banner. South Carolina, Missouri, Georgia, now Florida, and Tennessee. Florida with a chance today, but Tennessee, if Florida wins, they'll be undefeated in bowl games. Of course, Georgia, Missouri, and South Carolina all winning already, and Tennessee winning in dominating fashion. That's a team on the rise, Scott. They have a lot of momentum heading in. They look like a team that was happy to be in. If you look at some of the teams that have been lower tier teams, like the Tennessees and like the Arkansas and like and Texas A&M this past year, I know they've been up a little bit better than that, the last couple of years. But this year particularly, those teams were the ones that won their bowl game and showed the energy and were glad to be there. The Auburns, the Ole Misses, the Mississippi States, and Alabama's, and I know Alabama played hard, but just didn't look like they were exhausted. I mean, I hate to go back to the beginning of the show and talk about what we talked about earlier, but I think the mental pressure finally just got to all these teams, and missing players like Luke said. Duke Williams out for Auburn, Laquan Treadwell, and another receiver out for Ole Miss. And you just have some – and Alabama had players banged up in the game. I just think it finally took a toll, but I'm not giving excuses out. I mean, Auburn, you should still want to show up and play your game, but it's just ironic that the East, who we've all made fun of all year, seems to be the teams that are winning all the games.
Well, the thing, though, that I look at, even though the West didn't perform to the expectation level that everyone thought, the SEC as a whole, I mean, if they have a chance, the East has a chance, as you said, to go undefeated in bowl season. And so while the
West 2-4.
In the West 2-4. So as a whole, the bowl season isn't a lost cause for the SEC. It's just, I think perception-wise, I really think it's just because of who beat who in the SEC and the way that Ole Miss was dominated by TCU. But again, I don't think it necessarily matters. It is just one game. So this narrative that we start every season about what's the best conference, this and that, you look at the best conference by the last 7 years that the SEC has had somebody playing for the national championship game. 6 of the 7 they won. So again, it's not like, I mean, it finally happened, but Ohio State, I mean, that game's a little different than the Oregon-Florida State game. Alabama could have easily won that game. They were up 21-6, as you said. And so if a couple things get corrected, then yes, they go on and beat Ohio State in pretty dominant fashion. So the SEC is not down or anything like that. But I do think that as a whole, teams are getting better based on the fact that from a recruiting standpoint, even Tennessee, like you go back to Tennessee, that last year, a top 5 recruiting class. Right now, they're ranked 6 or 7, I think. So again, they're a team that is, if you can recruit well, then you'll do great. And I think that's where I want to see what's about to happen with like Mississippi State and Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss is a team that is going to be around at least for a while because they'll be competitive from a recruiting standpoint. Mississippi State, not so much. So I don't know how that works. So it's going to be a transitional time, I think, for the SEC.
We'll shift into recruiting here in just a minute because the Under Armour All-American game yesterday, the Army All-American game will be today, and both of them have players that Auburn and Alabama will be watching and watched yesterday. Of course, Byron Cowart, Terry Beckner Jr., Jeffrey Holland, Kerryon Johnson, Darrell Williams, John Burt, Richard McBride, Darren Payne, Terry Godwin, Rokan Smith, Jordan Colbert, and DeAnthony McGriff all in that game yesterday for both Auburn and Alabama. And some guys, both of them are still trying to recruit. And then today in the Army All-American game, you got Chandler Cox, who is already on his way to Auburn. He'll be playing fullback. Caleb Kim, a big offensive lineman, and then, of course, C.C. Jefferson in that game along with Martez Ivey. And Caleb Kim and Chandler Cox both really pushing for Martez Ivey to come to Auburn, the top offensive lineman in the country. Of course, yesterday, Byron Cowart, the defensive end, Auburn pushing really hard to try to get him, and I think it's between Auburn and Florida on that one as well as it is for Martez Ivey. So I think Auburn, if there's somehow, some way can get both of those guys to come in, and along with a Jeffrey Holland, maybe getting John Burt, who Auburn, the top wide receiver in the country, who is currently committed to Texas, but everybody feels certain that we'll end up flipping to Auburn, especially with the anemic offense that Texas has. This recruiting class coming down the stretch for Auburn could be really good. And as Luke just said, Darren Payne verbally commits to Alabama yesterday. They also got a top defensive back out of the state of Texas, a 5-star. So they continue to recruit. Auburn's going to have to use these last 6 or 7 spots that they have open and land big-time players, especially on the defensive side of the ball, Scott.
Well, that's the must-champ factor, and I think that you, especially when the battle comes down to when you're doing with the Florida or Auburn. Now, granted, those relationships have been built, but I think that people know the reputation of what Will Muschamp can do. And so, as you said, offensively too, Gus can start using this because you lose so many players. You lose Sammy Coates, you lose really Uzama, you lose Fultz, you lose everybody from an offensive standpoint that's been productive for you this season outside of Duke, and who he was pretty much limited with injuries the second half of the season. So I think from a recruiting standpoint, if you are a top-notch receiver or skill position player, athlete, you should be looking at Auburn because there's going to be an opportunity for you to come in and play. And defensively, you could just pick a spot on the defense for Auburn, and if you play any one of those positions, then you should be wanting to come to Auburn as well. But I think it is impressive that teams like Florida State and Alabama can continue to still produce the type of recruits that they are, based on the fact that people understand that it's not about the win-loss necessarily. They know that if you go to one of those schools, you have a good opportunity to play at the next level, which ideally I think is everyone's main goal if you're going to play big-time college football.
And, Darren Payne commits to Alabama, but will take his official visit to Auburn on the 16th. A lot of big-time players coming in on the 16th. Byron Cowart will be there. So probably the biggest recruiting weekend for Auburn will be that 16th and 17th on the calendar. So can Auburn somehow swing him back in their favor? It'll be tough, but I'm sure Auburn will put the full court press on, just like I'm sure Alabama will put the full court press on for Darrell Williams, who had an outstanding game in the Under Armour game yesterday. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz, Saturday Sports Countdown, presented by JR's right after this.
You're off.
College is proud to be one of Alabama's 5 original community colleges. Central Alabama combines innovation, flexibility, tradition, and the latest technology to provide a quality education tailored to meet anyone's needs. Whether your aim is a 2-year degree or a jump start on a 4-year degree, you can feel confident that you will leave Central Alabama with a sharper focus on life. Find out more about the world of opportunity that can be yours. And remember, Central Alabama, central to you.
Central to your success.
CertaPro Painters of Auburn, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia is locally owned and operated by Mike and Chris Dobbs. Whether it's interior or exterior, residential or commercial, CertaPro Painters delivers a professional painting experience to you. We give you a free detailed written estimate, free color consultation. We provide a 2-year warranty for your protection. We also offer an easy pay program. Call 334-651-0033 or 706-225-8070. CertaPro Painters. Experience the difference a pro can make.
Excitement awaits you on beautiful Lake Martin. Alex City Guide Service can provide you with a charter trip of a lifetime. Licensed charter guide David Hare has over 20 years of experience on Lake Martin, specializing in live bait fishing for trophy-sized saltwater striped bass, largemouth bass, and spotted bass. Alex City Guide Service can accommodate your group with its fleet of available guides. Call Alex City Guide Service today at 256-401-3089 or visit them online at www.alexcityguideservice.com.
If you've been seriously injured in a car wreck or truck wreck, don't let the insurance company knock you out without taking responsibility for your medical expenses, pain and suffering, and car repair. You need a fighter. I'm a former Golden Glove champion, and I will fight for you to get the money you deserve. Call Tripp and put a fighter in your corner.
Call the Walton Law Firm at 334-321-3000 or toll free at 866-321-3330. Put a fighter in your corner. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be provided is greater than that of other attorneys.
1 minute.
Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. In all sports, it takes hard work, passion, and teamwork. That's how we have treated our customers for over 45 years. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, Jeep, SUVs, and Chrysler cars, we offer the area a team dedicated to making your next vehicle purchase a positive experience. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with a service department second to none. Bice Motors also offers the area's best selection of pre-owned vehicles. Visit Bice Motors at 2133 Cherokee Road in Alexander City.
30
If you're
seconds.
looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR's Sports
10
Bar and
seconds.
Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
Come back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you till noon. So about 30 more minutes left in today's show, and we'd love to hear from you. Give us a call, 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. And Scott, again, breaking down all these bowl games as Florida finds themselves in an early hole, 7-0, as East Carolina was able to take that down and drive and score. And not really shocked there. Be interesting to see if Florida, what they'll be able to do as the course of this game continues on. They've got to carry the banner for the SEC East because everybody else over there has won. So, kind of a little quick snapshot yesterday in the Under Armour All-American game. You look at the way the game played out and some of the guys that for Auburn that played well. Obviously, you look at Kerryon Johnson. He played mostly safety in the game, and you look at Darrell Williams, probably the biggest Tiger commitment that had the best game. Had a couple of interceptions in that game, and his team won. And team highlight won 46-6 over Team Armor, so it wasn't really close. But Darrell Williams is a guy, Scott, that Alabama will definitely push hard for, I think, from Hoover. But had a tremendous game in the Under Armour All-American game. But right now seems pretty firm to Auburn.
Yeah, and especially looking at the depth chart and especially at the linebacker position, you know that he has the opportunity to come in. But I think what Auburn fans and coaches, too, for that matter, are hoping he'll be able to do is hopefully use some of his persuasive ways to help Coward make a decision on being an Auburn Tiger as well. So this next month or so is going to be really, really interesting to see how it goes. But I really do love Darrell Williams, and I think he could come in and be an immediate impact player. He, along with somebody like a Trey Williams coming down the line, should be pretty good.
Byron Cowart, the one I was talking about, got the MVP of the game. I'm telling you, if you don't know he's the real deal, you're just not watching film. The 5-star defensive end from Sefner, Florida, he is a guy that Will Muschamp put Auburn in the contention for. I mean, Will Muschamp coming to Auburn, he was looking at Auburn, but really wasn't serious. Now that Muschamp's there, his focus has shifted to Auburn, and he talks more about Auburn right now than any other team. Now, Florida definitely, I think, will still be the team to beat, but I think Auburn has a legit shot to land his commitment and his signature on signing day, Scott. I mean, Byron Cowart is a heck of a player, got MVP in this game, and I'll be honest with you, right now I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up coming to Auburn.
Yeah, and it's definitely, again, it's one of those positions where he can come in and make an immediate impact. And if anybody that watched that game yesterday saw what type of motor he has, he was unblockable. I mean, they were trying to double team him, and there was no way they were going to be able to stop him. So he had a great week of practice, and all the coaches raved about him. So, again, that's somebody that it's the Muschamp effect. If Muschamp is able to continue to have some conversations with him, then I think you have a different outcome there. So I'm looking for him to commit to the Tigers as well.
You know, Jordan Colbert was a guy that a lot of people were high on during the week, and you know, he's going to play safety for Auburn, and he's a big kid from Griffin, Georgia. Played for Team Armor, but sustained an injury to his left shoulder in the second quarter and didn't return. And not a serious injury, but and could have continued playing. But the team doctor, obviously, in an all-star game, recommended he just go ahead and sit the rest of that game out. But Jordan Colbert's a guy that a lot of people have talked about being a little bit underrated, and Auburn getting a good player there in Colbert.
Yeah, and he's one of 10 players that Auburn has right now that's ranked a 4-star or higher, and it looks like he should have some movement within the Rivals 250, hopefully, when they come up with the rankings here coming up, I guess, the next couple of weeks. They'll redo the ranking. So, again, you're looking at positions – linebacker, defensive line, and safety. Definitely 3 positions that Auburn could use some help and depth at. Kerryon
Johnson played safety in the game, and played cornerback in the game. And correct. He did play safety in the game. Had a couple of breakups there, and had 3 tackles, 2 solo tackles. He'll be in. Probably the top recruit right now for Auburn outside of Javon Robinson. He'll be in there that weekend, January the 16th, Scott. So I'm telling you, all the heavy hitters going to be bringing them in, going to be that big push for Auburn on January 16th and 17th.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a big one. And so you want to kind of see how Gus recoups, and you've had some time at the deputy to be over. You can get some contact back with them and see and let people know that Auburn is on the right track, and they really are. As a whole, you just hope that they can continue to start rebuilding, because you're going to have to get the talent level. And that's what has separated Alabama, I think, from everybody else, is the fact that they've been able to build 5-star on 5-star. And so success definitely drives that as well. But Auburn is going to want to finish. They need a top 5 finish going forward. And there's 2 or 3 guys left of their 7 spots that they have that could definitely elevate them to that level.
No doubt about it. And again, you look on the defensive side of the ball, obviously CeCe Jefferson's another top player in the country. He's another defensive end from Florida. He said that Ole Miss is his leading team right now, so it'll be interesting to see. But once again, Hugh Freeze continues to recruit really well and get top-notch players. I mean, Robert Kimdichie, obviously the top player in the country when he was able to land him, and then also if he's able to get CeCe Jefferson to go along with him, that would be a huge get. In that frame. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if Ole Miss can continue to recruit at the level they've been recruiting at and get a CeCe Jefferson type player. But I think if you look at Auburn right now, you got to concentrate and put the full court press on Byron Cowart. Byron Cowart is a player that is a game changer, can come in and have an immediate impact and play right away at 253 pounds and MVP of the Under Armour All-American game. That's the kind of guy Auburn needs to land. He's the prolific type of player that Auburn needs to put the full court press on.
Well, they're once in a class type of guys. And so if you have the opportunity to get one of those players, as you said, you have to do whatever is possible to get them. Again, you hope that this starts to lay the groundwork for teams going forward, because I know that the success of this team is going to be strictly hinged on the fact that they have to be able to get better defensively. Anybody that can score the amount of points that has been scored by Auburn and not be as successful as they have defensively should indicate where they are. But again, hopefully they'll be able to get some of these big time guys, and you want to at least get one of the two of those big name guys. Hopefully Coward is that guy, definitely an impact game right off the start.
Yeah, what does it mean for Auburn to be able to go in and land a guy like him maybe on signing day? That'll elevate their recruiting class into the top 5 or 6, probably, I would think, Scott, to go along with some of the other guys. A very important get there.
Yes, and so, again, you just hope that Muschamp's able – and then that's the other part, too. Now, you can't expect too much from Muschamp to be able to – just because they were interested in Florida before, and now that Muschamp is with Auburn doesn't mean they're going to necessarily be equated with Auburn again. So, you got the next 2 or 3 weeks, there'll be a lot of decisions made, a lot of visits. And so we've seen it happen so many times, especially with Auburn, Alabama battles. You don't know until the final signing day. So we still got a month or so left to try to figure out what's going to happen.
256-234-6221 to be part of Saturday Sports Countdown. We would love to hear from you. And, again, we come back, we'll talk about the Army All-American game a little bit. Auburn got some big-time players there. Obviously, Alabama does too. And we'll break those down as well. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
A&M Plumbing, A&M Plumbing, service at its best when you need it most.
When you're having problems with your plumbing, you need someone reliable, fast, and you always want the best. A&M Plumbing in Alex City is here to give you the best plumbing services in the state of Alabama. A&M Plumbing offers you 100% satisfaction for repairs and installation, and not just for today, but guaranteed for a whole year. A&M Plumbing offers you the best service for you, your home, and your budget. Check out our website at amplumbing.net.
Central Alabama Community College is proud to be one of Alabama's 5 original community colleges. Central Alabama combines innovation, flexibility, tradition, and the latest technology to provide a quality education tailored to meet anyone's needs. Whether your aim is a 2-year degree or a jump start on a 4-year degree, you can feel confident that you will leave Central Alabama with a sharper focus on life. Find out more about the world of opportunity that can be yours. And remember, Central Alabama, central to you.
Central to your success.
Lee Marketing Group is proud to announce their recent alliance with Baker Street Advertising based in Opelika, Alabama. Now more than ever, it's important to develop a marketing plan that creates a compelling message, deploys that message, and analyzes metrics to optimize performance. LMG Baker strengthens our mission to help businesses market to their potential. Contact Randy Lee Jr. 256-750-5951 or visit our website, leemarketing.net.
Check this out, Auburn Opelika. This is Wesley Wilkerson with Hometown Lenders. That's right, Hometown Lenders. We are now located in Auburn at 311 North College Street, Auburn, Alabama. We've been voted the #1 mortgage company in the Wiregrass and the Dothan area 3 years in a row. Now we're located in Auburn, Alabama. We're here to show you every mortgage that's available to help you either save some money or make that new home purchase. We have VA, FHA, conventional, you name it, we got it. Give us a call today at 334-521-8213 or get on our website at htlontheplains.com and fill out the application. We look forward to hearing from you.
I'm attorney Dane Sharp. In our office, we see many cases where drinking and driving has led to auto accidents and serious injuries. Teenage drinking and driving causes thousands of preventable deaths each year. Parents, please help by taking steps to discourage your teen from ever drinking and driving, and by making sure that they understand the dangers involved.
This message brought to you by personal injury attorney Dane Sharp, located at 134 North Broadnax Street in Dadeville, Alabama. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be provided is greater than that of other attorneys.
Hello, I'm
1 minute.
Building Supply, and I'm the big box store. Say, what you doing?
I'm checking inventory in all of our departments.
Well, you're Russell. I thought you only sold lumber to contractors.
No. We have lots of home improvement items like nails, nuts and bolts, plumbing, electrical supplies, and the experts to give advice too.
Okay.
Paints and lawn and garden, windows, doors, and cabinets, all at our low price guarantee.
Okay, I get it. I guess I was selling you a little short.
Me? Short? Really?
9 locations serving Lake Martin and Central Alabama.
If you're looking for the best chicken
30
fingers or wings
seconds.
in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special
10
occasion.
seconds.
Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
Come back, y'all, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. About 20 more minutes or so to go in today's show. We'd love to have you come out to JR's and get you some great food. And as the Florida Gators have tied the ball game up, it looks like Vernon Hargraves, the third with an interception, continues to be a top player in college football. Actually, not an interception, just a tremendous hit. Scott, as I was able to catch the tail end on that, one of the big flat screen TVs up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. Vernon Hargraves, the third, Amari Cooper said the best defensive back in the SEC that he went up against. So he was able to torch Vernon Hargraves a couple of times in that game. But overall, footwork, pound for pound, speed on the corner, he felt like one of the top players in the country.
Yeah, and so if you're a defensive back prospect going and you're looking at Auburn now and you see Muschamp there, then you have to know that could be you. And I think that's the thing that it helps us if you're an Auburn fan. You're looking at what Florida's doing, the type of talent that they have, especially on the defensive side. The entire time that Muschamp was at Florida, he had a top 10 defense. So, and as an Auburn fan, you're actually hopeful that it just cuts it in half. They've been around the 50, 60 mark. If he gets to a top 30 defense with an offense that's going to rank top 10, 12 nationally every year in total offense, then I think that you'll see that continue to progress and have that sustainability as a program that you were alluding to.
Scott, you're looking at the the Army All-American roster, and DeSharius Flowers from Biker High School's on the East roster. He'll go to Alabama, and he's a pickup there. If you look at Martez Ivey, the number one offensive tackle in the country from Opelika, Florida, he is on the East team as well. C.C. Jefferson's also on the East team. So this East team, along with Caleb Kim, commitment to Auburn, a lot of great players that we'll be able to watch over there on the East team for the Army All-American game. Of course, also Trent Thompson, one of the top defensive players in the country, is committed to Georgia. With Georgia having coaching changes and all, I don't know if anybody can get in on him late. But just as the Under Armour All-American game had a lot of talent, this game's going to have a lot of talent in it as well. Martez Ivey is the teammate of Chandler Cox, who was in this game. Can Auburn and Chandler Cox and Caleb Kim, can they all persuade him to come to Auburn in a few weeks and be a part of this recruiting class rather than the Florida Gators recruiting class?
And it always comes down to this. Your bigger name guys are always – your last 3 or 4 targets are the ones that you need immediately to come in from an offensive tackle standpoint. There's definitely some guys that are leaving from the Auburn side, and you're going to want to have that depth in there. So, again, I want to see what happens with Auburn. If they can close out on 2 or 3 of these names that are left on the board for them, I think they really have a chance to finish as a top 5 program and have some momentum going into toward the spring and then toward the fall football season.
Dallas Warmack on the East team as well from Mays High School over in Atlanta, Georgia. That's Dallas Warmack's that's Chance Warmack's brother. Played guard at Alabama, so I would definitely think Warmack ends up going to the Crimson Tide. So Alabama still with several spots left, along with Auburn. Alabama with not as many spots available as Auburn, but Auburn still, what they have left out there, Scott, are big-name targets, big-time players if they can land and finish strong. And, over the last several years, Auburn has had a history of of finishing strong coming down the stretch. A Martez Ivy, a Byron Cower, a Jeffrey Holland, a John Burt. Those kind of guys could really bolster out, Auburn into a top 5 recruiting class.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's really, if Auburn's able to do that, that would give them a string of the last 5 or so years where they finished top 5, top 6 recruiting-wise,
That's right.
no less than top 10. So that goes back again. The talent level is there. It's just whether or not they're being coached and pushed in a way that will allow them to be able to be successful.
256-234-6221 to be part of the Saturday Sports Countdown. We would love to hear from you. Love for you to be part of this program. Love for you to come up here to JR Sports Bar and Grill and have some outstanding food. And, again, if you'd like to talk about Auburn's performance, Alabama's performance, any of these teams that we've discussed in these bowl games, we'd love to get your take on it. I think everybody got out of their system yesterday on the show. I mean, it was one phone call after another, especially about Auburn and their lack of intensity that it showed on the field. Maybe some questionable play calling at times in the game, and but really the same song, different chorus for Auburn, or different verse rather, on defense. Just not able to stop anything. I mean, really had some interceptions that kept the game a little bit closer probably than it should have been. If, Wisconsin drove down the field, had several opportunities where Stave just threw terrible passes and Auburn was able to garner some interceptions. But on the flip side of things, knew they were going to run the football 85% of the time, and really not much they could do with it. I mean, even with Melvin Gordon and knowing what kind of running back he was, Auburn had no answer for it. Got to get those problems corrected in 2015.
And that really could have been something that happened early. I was surprised Barry Alvarez let it go as long as he did. They tried to pass the ball or move it through the air in the first half, and finally they said, all right, we'll just go give it to our stud back, and he goes for 3 touchdowns in the second half. And
Barry Alvarez needs to go to the house. I know that they won. I know that they ended up winning the game, but at some point in time, it's just time to exit to the left and go on, because, I mean, that's one of the knocks that all the coaches at Wisconsin have had, is he keeps hanging around, and every 2 years he feels like he wants to coach a bowl game. So sometimes it's just past your point. You really need to go to the house. So I don't know, but he obviously did enough to get it done against Auburn this past week in that game. So credit him. But you're right, Melvin Gordon, tremendous running back, needed 400-something yards to eclipse all time the one single season. And if he'd have run it in the first 2 quarters, probably would have. I mean, I hate to be that way, but you look at the stat line, it was not pretty at all for Auburn, giving up 400 yards rushing on the ground between him and his backup, Corey Clement, who had 105 yards himself on 15 carries. I mean, it's just not it's not a very pretty picture defensively. But Will Muschamp, the new defensive coordinator, obviously the hire that Auburn need to make to at least get things going in the right direction. We're going to take the final break here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll talk a little NFL playoffs as they start today. Cam Newton has the Carolina Panthers back in the playoffs. We'll talk about that a little bit on the next segment. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Straight Talk from Hyundai of Auburn.
America's best warranty, safety, satisfaction, plus sleek modern styling. Hyundai Advantages. Plus, remember, 80% of the cars Hyundai of Auburn sells are built within 60 miles. That's local jobs. You owe it to yourself, Hyundai of Auburn. And now's the time. Best selection, discounts, and finance options ever. Not all will qualify, but let us pick out your options. You pick the car, you pick the deal. That's my promise. It's just that simple. Hyundai of Auburn, you do owe it to yourself.
Wireless Advantage is Lake Martin's Verizon premium retailer, located in the Marketplace Shopping Center on Highway 280 in Alex City. We've got all the latest cell phones, along with the latest Wi-Fi internet products, home phone options, and state-of-the-art tablets. Don't get caught in long lines. Get full Verizon service and products from Apple, BlackBerry, Droid HTZ, iPad, LG, Motorola, and Samsung right here at home. Visit Wireless Advantage in the Marketplace Shopping Center in Alexander City on Highway 280 for all your Verizon wireless needs.
Excitement awaits you on beautiful Lake Martin. Alex City Guide Service can provide you with a charter trip of a lifetime. Licensed charter guide David Hare has over 20 years of experience on Lake Martin, specializing in live bait fishing for trophy-sized saltwater striped bass, largemouth bass, and spotted bass. Alex City Guide Service can accommodate your group with its fleet of available guides. Call Alex City Guide Service today at 256-401-3089 or visit them online at www.alexcityguideservice.com.
You are not a professional football player. Your 40-yard dash requires a coffee break. And when it comes to pocket protection, that's just the thing you put your ink pens in. But that doesn't mean you can't eat like a pro. Introducing the new Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal from Zaxby's. Sink your teeth into this new crispy breast filet with just the right amount of kick on a lightly toasted bun. And you'll be saying, hey, coach, put me in the game. Even though technically there's no coach and no game. And that's fine with you, because your Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal comes with delicious crinkle fries and a refreshing small Coca-Cola Freestyle drink. Now that's how you score without a career-ending muscle spasm from your overly ambitious end zone celebration. So who cares that one time your 2-minute offense took an entire week, or that your vertical leap involves a ladder? Thanks to the new Zaxby's Game Day Filet Sandwich Meal, you, my friend, can eat like a pro. Zaxby's, indescribably good.
Central
1
Alabama
minute.
Community College is proud to be one of Alabama's 5 original community colleges. Central Alabama combines innovation, flexibility, tradition, and the latest technology to provide a quality
Place
education
exploded,
tailored to meet anyone's needs. Whether your aim is a 2-year degree or a jump start on a 4-year degree, you can feel confident that you will leave Central Alabama with a sharper focus on life. Find out more about the world of opportunity that can be yours. And remember, Central Alabama, central to you.
Central to your success.
It's always something.
30
The car
seconds.
needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfit, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you,
10
Always Money
seconds.
can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
Come back to y'all in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Last segment, Scott, here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. And again, I want to thank everybody for listening out there in the Lake Martin area, of course, over in the Auburn, Opelika area as well, here at JR Sports Bar and Grill every Saturday morning from 10 to noon. And place starting to fill up here, and a lot of people coming in for some great food. Make it part of your afternoon and your evening as well. And if you want to give them a call, they'll deliver it to you as well. 256-329-2328 is the number for delivery in this area. So, Scott, a few more minutes. Let's just talk about the NFL playoffs to start today. The Carolina Panthers, Cam Newton, have their return appearance in the playoffs against Arizona. They'll host an 11-5 team. That's the odd thing about the playoffs in the NFL, is because they take division winners and they get to host. Carolina happened to play in the worst division this year in NFL, and they get to host with a 7-8-1 record. Now have a great team in Arizona coming in 11-5, but they've kind of tailed off here toward the end. Carolina's kind of on the upswing. I wouldn't be shocked if Carolina holds serve and wins this game at home.
Oh, definitely. That's my pick. As you said, Carolina started 3-8-1, but they won the last 4. And then as you look at Carolina, Arizona, the exact opposite, started 9-1, they lost 4 of their 6. So Ryan Lindley is not going to get the job done against Carolina. I think the Arizona defense is going to have a hard time.
Which defense is it?
Carolina,
Arizona.
Arizona's defense is going to have a hard time today with Cam Newton. You look at the last couple of weeks, Colin Kaepernick and Russell Wilson ate the defense up on the ground. So I look for Cam to have one of his Superman days, and they move on out of the division.
Here's the difference in college and pro. You got a 7-8-1 team against an 11-5 team, and Carolina's a 6-point favorite in the game. I mean, I know it's a lot about trends, and I know it's Lindley starting versus Cam, and they've got to make the cross-country trip over. But would you ever see an 11-5 team in college? I know they don't play that many games, but in comparison, play a 7-8-1 team and be a 6-point favorite?
No, you wouldn't. And so, again, that is kind of telling, too, of what has gone on in the NFL. But I think this will be a good opportunity for Cam to get some of that national spotlight back. And he's actually been playing really well the last several weeks. And so the defense for Carolina has been stepping up. Jonathan Stewart has been playing really well, rushing the ball. So I look for them to go ahead and move on and probably take on I guess they would face Green Bay, I guess, in that next game.
Now you got Ravens and the Steelers tonight at 7:15 on NBC. The Ravens 10-6, Steelers 11-5. These two teams hate each other. Who gets it done in this game right now? Pittsburgh, a 3-point favorite.
I really want to say Baltimore, but I haven't really seen enough from Joe Flacco the last several weeks to make me think that they're going to be able to beat them. They've played each other. This will be twice in the last 3 weeks, so they're familiar there. 3 of the last 8 games they played each other. So, again, you look at it, I really want to pick the Steelers, even without Le'Veon Bell. I think they'll be able to move the ball. They have a great passing attack with Big Ben and Martavis Bryant and Antonio Brown, so they should be able to get things done today, and I look for the Steelers to move past Baltimore.
On Sunday, you've got the Bengals and the Colts. The Bengals lost their last regular season game. Didn't look very good doing it. The Colts did too. Colts looked pretty atrocious. So two teams kind of, I guess, limping into the playoffs. Indianapolis a 3-point favorite over the Bengals tomorrow.
Andy Dalton's 4 years in the NFL. He's made the playoffs all 4 times, and so
they can't get it done.
Can't get it done. He's been one and done both times.
Can he get it done
4
this
times?
year?
I don't think it's going to happen again. They're without their best player in AJ Green. I think they will be able to move the ball on the ground against Indianapolis, but without AJ Green, I don't think Mohamed Sanu will be a good enough deep threat for them to win it. And of course, I'm taking Andrew Luck over Andy Dalton, and especially in playoff crunch time.
Okay, and then the Lions and the Cowboys on tomorrow afternoon as well on Fox, and it will be Dallas a 6.5-point favorite over the Detroit Lions, and Ndamukong Suh gets his suspension revoked, just becomes a $70,000 fine, and will play in this game. I mean, the NFL just –
Roger Goodell, still, he started off his year the same way. I mean, he ended, the same way it ended. He had one of the worst years in sports ever for somebody that was in the position that he's in. But I think this will be the best game of the 4 of Wild Card Weekend. They're matched up equally. If DeMarco Murray is able to move the ball on the ground against that tough defensive line of the Detroit Lions, I think they'll move on. So I like the Cowboys in that game. As long as Romo doesn't turn into Romo, I think that
but Romo, it's a different year for him, I think.
They finally surround him with some talent. I mean, you got Des Bryant now. They got a great offensive line, and then when you have somebody like DeMarco who's carried the ball nearly 400 times, almost 2,000 yards rushing, I think then you see a better play from him. So it's definitely the running game has helped him as much as it has anybody. But I look for Dallas to win that.
I think a lot of people feel like Dallas has a chance to win the NFC. And go on and represent the Super Bowl.
It really is just going to come down to the play of Tony Romo, because you know what you're going to get with Aaron Rodgers, and you know what you're going to get with Russell Wilson, and those are the 2 top teams to me in the conference. And so if you're able to get through one of those, then you'll have a chance. So Tony Romo has the best team, I think, from a balance perspective. It's just whether or not they'll play Cowboy football at the right time.
Well, Scott, it's been a great time up here. A lot to talk about, a lot we covered. And, again, we want to thank everybody for listening out there each and every Saturday. We'll be back on the air Tuesday night with the Lake Martin Sports Roundup right here at JR's, and then followed up by Sports Blitz Live. And then, of course, back here next Saturday for another edition of Saturday Sports Countdown. Again, for our producers and Scott Hardy, my broadcast partner, I'm Brett Pritchard saying we've enjoyed it. We hope you have. Happy New Year out there to everybody.